Yes, given the fact that now I explained that how was the relationship when I keep on following up on the linkages, it felt even to me that now I become unwanted here, so I didn't want to push the limits, maybe to make the relationship sour also by keep coming with questions or queries or something like that. So I decided to go a different route time around. I just went to the prosecutor, senior prosecutor who was working on this matter. I explained it to her, and then she then wrote to the lab for rectification. And maybe before we go any further, it's worth noting that as much as at that point there was this omission noted, at that point of investigation, it was like we didn't take it as if maybe there's something more than just a human error in it at that point. That's why I said, no, let me take it to a senior prosecutor Kusia so that she can help me resolve this amicable without any, how can I put it, strained relationship. So that's how it happened. And she indeed wrote to the lab, and then that was rectified indeed. And she gave me a copy, and then investigation proceeded until we get to the disclosure of the docket, where now we needed now to have the original report.
Witness B, before we deal with the events of getting the original for disclosure, just to note for the commissioners that the emails sent by the prosecutor are attached as annexes B4 and B5 at pages 30 to 33 of the annexes bundle. And the amended report is attached at B6 as B6, which is at pages 34 to 41 of the annexes bundle. Commissioners, I propose for the witness to take you through the discrepancy that was found by showing you the two reports alongside each other. So you'll have to look at your screens. Don't know if you can see clearly. Witness B, I'm going to ask that we, do you have the side-by-side comparison of the initial report and the rectified report before you?
Yes, I do.
Commissioners, just 1 second. I just need to find my own. Just for the record, the pages we're looking at in the initial report is page 15, and in the rectified report, it's page 34. That's where the reports begin. And the particular page that are displayed for the initial report, the first sort of extract deals with page 19 compared to page 37 of the rectified report. Witness B,
could you enlarge a bit? Okay, you happy with that? It doesn't distort your pages.
yes, that's fine. Witness B, can you explain what would ordinarily be found in that paragraph 4.9 or paragraph 4 of the ballistics report?
On 4.9, it's exhibits of which it's 15 cartridges, 7.62 times the 9mm caliber fired cartridge cases, and mark them, and there is a mark there. Maybe I should read it. Should I?
No, I don't believe that the mark will make much of a difference for our understanding. What I would like you to explain is that in the actual report, paragraph 4 lists the exhibits that would have been provided to the lab. Is that correct?
Yes.
Where is this for on the screen? I see 4.8 and 4.9, for example.
4.9.
Commissioners, if you can open your annexes bundle, in particular Annex B2 at page 18.
2.8.
It's also on the screen.
Did you say compared with B6 at 34?
At 37.
37, thank you.
So the point there, Commissioners, is that the 15 cartridges were noted as part of the exhibits given to the lab for examination. Witness B, can you then explain what the lab does at para 10, which is where it deals with the linking?
Okay. At paragraph 10, it's he confirmed that he received those exhibits, and it says, I examined the fired cartridges, cases, bullets mentioned. There's a lot of them, but I wanted us to look at 4.9 amongst those that were examined. And then going further down, from 10.1 to 10.6 is the account of, after comparison, what were the findings thereof. But you will note then on that one that for 4.9 there is nothing said about it.
So this would be what you are seeing on the column in the initial report, that 4.9 is highlighted as being examined, but the findings, which are detailed at 10.1 to 10.6, there's no reference to a link to 4.9.
That's correct.
I'm looking to the faces of the commissioners to see if...
See, on the column on the right-hand side, you have a yellow highlight there, 10.2. What's the significance of that highlight?
Is that rectified?
All right. Commissioners, and then this one is the rectified one now. After this was highlighted by a warrant officer Kada and escalated, and then this is the rectified report now. That still highlights there by 4.3 those 15 cartridges as it was accounted for also from the very onset. But the difference now here is that on 10.2 now, that 4.9, that 4.9 cartridge, 15 cartridges now, the results thereof are there at 10.2. Now it says the cartridge cases, my eyes now. The cartridge cases mentioned in 4.9 were fired in the firearm mentioned in 4.1. That is now the linkage that was not in the initial report.
And please speak to the 3.4, which is at 10.2 on the left-hand column. The sentence looks exactly the same in both columns, except that in the column on the left, there's reference to 3.4, and on the column on the right, there's reference to 4.9, but the rest is exactly the same. Can you please explain what the significance of the differences is? Do you get?
Where now I'm not the right witness to deal with that. All I can say is that on 10.2 now I can see these 15 cartridges being linked to the firearm. And then as to now, what happened to this 3.4 and 4.1, I'm not the right person to speak to that.
Can I just try?
Chair, if you have regard to the initial report at 3.4, which is on page 18, yeah, it describes the item itself that was checked, and you'll see there it's a 7.62 caliber fired bullet scores and marked with them with a particular reference number. And you see 4.1 being an assault rifle. So what 10.2 did was to link the assault rifle with 3.4 being the 2 caliber fired bullet in the initial report, that is.
Yeah. Maybe also just to try and see if I Witness B, go ahead.
Maybe to get the clarity from the commissioner, if I understand the question well, I think he was, I stand to be corrected, I understood as why do we have on 10.2 now different entry of 4.9 linked to the firearm. What happened to the linkage that was at 10.2 from the initial report? That was the question.
10.2 in both columns looks or reads the same, except for the fact that in 10.2 on the left, there's reference to 3.4. And in 10.2 on the right, there's reference to 4.9. I wanted to understand the significance of that difference.
Can I, to try and get an answer to this question, Ms. Booth, is the simple point you're seeking to make that if you look at the report on the left, which you say is the incomplete report, right? In that very first line where it says, I examined the fire cartridge cases and bullets mentioned, and then you have those paragraph numbers. That includes for paragraph 4.9.
Yes.
The bullets in paragraph 4.9. That's in the incomplete report. And then in the revised report, and then you say, in the body of that incomplete report, nothing is said about the cartridges in 4.9.
Yes.
Is that the point you're making?
Yes.
And then in the new report, in the very first line, that report says, I examined the cartridges in all of those paragraphs, including 4.9. And now in paragraph 10.2 of that revised report, we now see findings about the paragraph 4.9.
Yes.
Is that the simple point you're making?
Yes, and that it's only at this stage that the 15 cartridges are now linked to the firearms.
Okay.
Yes. Can you confirm that
Thank you.
witness
I
B?
get what my co-commissioner says, but I still do not follow why there's 3.4 on the left column. That's all I'm trying to establish. And I thought the witness will be able to speak to that.
Commissioners, the answer is at 10.6. You'll note there in both reports that the findings related to 3.4, those bullets, was that it was not suitable for microscopic comparison due to the damage. There will be a stage where the witness explains whether she believes this was an omission or otherwise, but that was the rectification that was sought from the lab.
Okay, thank you.
Isn't the other point that 3.4 has nothing to do with the cartridge cases? So if you just go
Yes.
to 3.4 on page 18, it refers to fired bullet cause, and that's what you find in 10.6.
Yes, that's
So-
the case.
There was an omission in 10.2 of the 15 cartridges that had been found in Bramley, I believe.
Yes.
Yes.
Witness
I
B,
guess
can
that's
you?
a simple explanation I wanted from the witness because this is not my area of expertise.
My apologies, Chair. I will say that we also had to take a crash course in ballistics to be able to read and understand the nature of the omission.
Thank you.
Witness B, then we can return to your statement where you now deal with the fact that after the prosecutor obtained the report electronically, she sought the original and it was time for disclosures. Can you take us through that process?
Yes, when it was a time of a disclosure, now we were required to have the original report, and we indeed went to a ballistic lab to seek that report, but unfortunately we couldn't find it still at that office where we were supposed to get it. And then we were taken through a lot of process helped by Kennedy to trying to locate that report. He went as far going to the system now trying to check where he can get it, and then still he couldn't find it. Subsequently, when he was browsing in the system, something of interest he saw there on that report. He said, hey, can't find, now he was mentioning what is on the system, and he said there's IBIS that is there. When he on a further look, we took interest because now IBIS is the one that was supposed to give us the long-awaited linkages, and then we were like, okay, maybe now we're gonna get the answers, only to find that when we asked further on that, he said no, on the system it shows that it's deleted. And then, wow, we were struck. Why now is it deleted? We tried to get answers at the back of our mind, trying to pursue still the linkages as per conversation. Now, when you say there was ever a report on the system that is deleted, now we wanted to know more as to why it was deleted. Was there any particular reason? We spent a lot of time. Kennedy Lisa said, no, I cannot be able to explain to you where IBIS is concerned. I'll take you to somebody that knows about that field. Indeed, he took us to a certain guy who only was known by the name of Desmond at the time. And then he went through the system. All he could say to us is the same as Kennedy, so that yes, indeed, it was deleted. And then he gave us a date that it was deleted on the 6th of December. That's all he could tell us. He said, I can't tell you any further than that. The least that we were asking is to say who deleted it, at least maybe that person he can have or she can have answers, but seemingly he was not having that information. And then from there, we were
Witness
taken
B,
to
before
Captain.
before you move on to who you were taken to next, what is the significance of the 6th of December?
Well, in the field of my investigation in this case, on the 6th of December, two things were happening. One, it was an arrest of Mr. Katiso Mlife. Two, on a different team that I was not part of, there was a operation happening at Mr. Matlala's house as well.
Thank you. And so, having had no answers from Desmond, where next were you taken?
We were taken to Captain Dini's office, who actually gave us a crash course as to what happens from when the firearms gets to the lab, what steps. No offense to the captain, all that I can't even remember because I find it irrelevant to the question that we were asking. We didn't get any answers to that. Instead, we spend more time unnecessarily there.
And after the crash course with Captain Dini, what then transpired?
After it came to light that there's no answers, we find no answers, we went back to Colonel Lisa to say, we're not getting any answers as much as you said you don't have. So we're back to square one. What way, how we get this report, because you also don't have answers as to where's the report. And then he said, you know what, the person who was dealing with us is can I stick to Captain because now I cannot refer to back then now. To Captain, it was Captain Mahotlo, therefore gave us his numbers. He said the person who can assist you further, it's him. And then indeed, shortly we went out of the lab, we contacted him. But unfortunately, I think it was early at that time because the first thing that we did is to go to the lab thinking we're going to collect and proceed with other investigations. So the direction of investigation, it was taking us further than where he said it was. So we agreed that later when we come back, we're going to contact him and then we're going to meet with him. And he suggested that it's not a problem. As long as you come back, tell me where are you, what time, and then you come to the side of Luat, the police station. We can meet at Luat, the police station. Indeed, we proceeded with the day's investigations. And then later, I think it was around 5, we proceeded to Luat, the way we met with Captain Mahotlo. And then we requested the room for us to have a chat with him, explaining our reason for visit and everything. Indeed, they were given a room just not far from the CSC where we had a chat explaining all this process that we had in the lab earlier on, and then why do we urgently need this report, because we were supposed to disclose to the defense, and the original one was of the importance that we get and disclose.
And when you explained to Captain Mahotla the urgency of having to obtain the original, what was his response?
Oh, he at that time he said, no, I will need to have my file, I'll need to have my workstation so that I can be able to assist you, of which eventually we agreed on us going to his office. But prior to that, there was some arrangements made because it was late by then. Remember, we got to him at around 6 And then we sat there, we chat, and then by the time we start the process of engaging the superiors in order to obtain the permission to go to the lab where he said he can be able to assist us there should we get there. He then himself, using his cell phone, called the Brigadier Mkabela. He first called the very same Kennedy so that we saw that earlier that day, and then they spoke, and he even tell him, because he was on loudspeaker, that yes, we were there in the lab and he couldn't find the reports. And then he told him that he needs his file because he wants to assist us. And then, oh, no. At first, they didn't speak to Colonel Lisu because Colonel Lisu didn't answer. The first conversation was with Brigadier Mkabel, but the call was made to him, but he was not found. And then he spoke to Brigadier Mkabel, and then Brigadier Mkabel sent us back to Colonel Lisu to say he must call Colonel Lisu so that he can make that file available. And then he said it's okay, you can go to the lab, and he is going to contact the General Mlauds. Then that was it. And then he called no, he didn't call this time. Colonel Lisu is the one who came back, and then they spoke, and then he told him all the things, all the brigadier comment, and what did the brigadier said. And I don't know if I should be saying this now, like what he said, but he said, "Hey, I can't come there. I'm drunk." And then shortly he called again back and he said, no, that file, I remember now, it's not there, it's at KZN. And then Captain Mahotlo said, no, if I can't get hold of the file, I think all my work is on my desktop. I think I'll be able to help you on my desktop. That's when now we moved to the lab.
So witness B, it was Captain Makhotle who suggested that you proceed to the lab.
Yes, because he first said we can go to the lab, and then but we prior need to make arrangement. That's why all these calls to the brigadier, to Kennedy were made, and then with an understanding that we're going there. That's why he made those arrangements for us to go there.
You were now moving to the lab from Luwate.
Yes, he further said, okay, it's good because he has his keys in his car. He went to his car, he took the office keys, and then he jumped into the vehicle with us. We all drove to.
I was actually going to ask if he had come to Luwate in his own car, so you've answered that. What's the explanation for him getting into one of your cars or getting into your car instead of driving to the lab in his own car?
My understanding that it's because he was on leave using his petrol. It was easier to use the state petrol rather than using his own car, because he was on leave, he was using private car.
Oh, thank you. I'm sure you know why I'm asking. It's because there's the allegation of kidnapping.
I understand, Commissioner, but it was not anybody forced, and he didn't even suggest to say, okay, let me drive my own car. It was like we never even said jump into. It was a common understanding to say you can't ask somebody to assist you while on leave and expect the person to further use his own petrol.
Thank you, Chair. Witness B, then you proceeded to the lab, and this was quite late at night. What transpired at the lab?
Okay, firstly, when we get to the gates, none of us alighted from the vehicle. He's the one who alighted, spoke spoke to the security, telling them that all is well, it's just him, we just need to assess certain things in the office, and then they opened the gate, we all went in.
Witness B, so it was Captain Makhotle who gets out of the car and confirms that it was fine for all of you to go in.
Yes. I don't know what was the conversation there, but I guess he was explaining that we got a permission from the superiors and stuff like that, because obviously they will want to understand why are we coming there. Are they maybe superiors? No, that is an assumption. I don't know what it was the conversation all about there outside.
But you were then allowed to enter the lab.
Yes.
And once inside, can you explain what then happened?
And when we were inside, then he went into his workstation, started working on his laptop, trying to retrieve these reports that we needed. I must say I'm not that good with an IT, and then some of our colleagues, they are very good at that. Maybe as the details of what was found on there and what was found not to be in witness is the one who's gonna dwell on that, because it's gonna give the commission a better understanding than what I can do if I try to do that now.
Witness B, in light of the fact that as far back as April, May, you had asked for the ballistics report to be expedited, what did you make of all these delays? Because it looks like we are now in December of the same year, which is 7 months later, and you still do not have what you had asked for and what you had asked to be expedited.
Commissioner, can I clarify what I was asked to be expedited at the time? It was the initial report, of which I would say it was indeed, because at the beginning of, at the end of May and June, I was told that I can go and collect, even though that came with its own challenges, but it was expedited because I got it then.
Perhaps Witness B, if you can explain the initial report you obtained in May, and you had been asking for rectification of the report without success, and the prosecutor had to intervene. And even after that intervention, you only now physically have to go and get the report in January. And so I think Commissioner Khumalo is asking what you made of that delay.
Maybe now, in totality of what investigation or information that I have gathered all along, it starts to make me feel as if some of the things were deliberate to delay the investigation, if I may put it like that. Maybe I want to go a little bit further where the linkages are concerned, because maybe I should mention that around December, eventually we had to ask certain cases to be compared manually, and eventually we got certain linkages that I believe it's amongst the ones that were alluded then, of which at the latest, much later stage, I think this year, 5 August, it's only when now the very same Captain Makhotle gave us a link, what is this, a report that is having most of what he alluded then. So somehow, when I look at it, I feel like there is deliberate delays intended in the investigation.
Witness B, you've now explained that Witness C will take the commission through what was found on his computer. However, you note in paragraph 62 that multiple versions of the reports were found on his computer, and you took steps after that. Can you take the commission through that?
Oh, yes. After that, then the decision was taken to say we have now to confiscate that workstation in order to take it to the cyber for the integrity now, because it was quite concerning, given the fact that we still have the report that was wrong, that we don't know what was wrong about it.
And then in relation to Captain Makgotle, did you, and this is in reference to what you say at paragraph 64. So you've already spoken about seizing his workstation. Was there anything else?
No, and then at that point, my colleague needed to take a statement now in respect of what now is discovered, the different reports, what was going on. At least he must give the account and explain what was happening there. And then while he was obtaining that statement, to our surprise now, there was Colonel Shole and other colleagues of ours who came there and informed us that there was a kidnapping. We were all shocked about the kidnapping. Who's kidnapping now?
Witness B, before you talk in detail about the kidnapping, during the time that you were engaging with Captain Makgotle, and that's from the moment you enter his office at about 9:30 to 11 o'clock, when you inform him that his workstation would be seized and he needed to make a statement. During that time, before that, the statement taking and the seizure of the workstation, what was Captain Makgotle doing, and what was the general interaction between you all in the room?
He was mostly on his phone. He was mostly on his phone, and then there was calls coming in. He was keep telling people, I guess they were checking on him. He was keep telling people, no, it's fine, he's fine, and then he's coming back soon and stuff like that. There was nothing in particular that I can point out that he was doing.
And so now you'd say to him he needs to do a statement and that his workstation would be seized to preserve the evidence. Before the police officers come in alleging that there is a kidnapping, at paragraph 65, you deal with the calls that were received by some members of your team.
Oh, yes, there was a member that were outside in the vehicles, and then we learned that Captain Amasilo received a call as well, checking on him where he was, because he was needed by his office to say there was a hostage situation at the lab, and he was shocked. He said, no, I know nothing of that, and I'm at the lab. And we were informed by him that also the negotiator was also called him asking if he knows anything about this kidnapping, and then he explained, and then they said, oh, it was a false alarm.
Okay. And after these calls, you then explain that a group of officers came in, and that's at paragraph 67. Can you take us through what happened then?
Yes, they came now telling us that they've been sent because they were informed that there was a kidnapping situation in the lab and stuff like that. So we're all shocked now. We explained exactly what happened and that we know nothing about the kidnapping and everything. And also Captain Makotlo was also there. I never heard him say, hey, I am the one who's been kidnapped or something like that. We were like all shocked at that point. And then there was a phone call that the Colonel Shole, who was leading those colleagues of ours, he made a call to the general to explain now the situation he found rather than what he was sent as kidnapping. He was explaining now the situation is what is actually happening, and then we were given the phone on the loudspeaker. Not we, all of us were listening, but the actual person who spoke to the general, it was the other colleague of ours. I don't know if I should be mentioning his name.
No, that's fine. Oh, please don't mention his name.
Yes, and then that thing, he spoke to the general, and the general understood, and general said, because now there's a whole lot of this thing, he's requesting us just to leave everything that we're doing and come back in the morning, including leaving that workstation. Or maybe I omitted to say the workstation was already sold in the sold bag. It was already packaged.
Witness B. So there is all this activity, all because you wanted a rectified ballistics report.
That's right, Commissioner.
And you have all these police officers coming to the forensic science laboratory to now deal with an alleged kidnapping instead of attending to the preparation of a forensics report, ballistics report rather.
That's correct, Commissioner.
And
Miss Poe,
apologies.
before you proceed, and I don't know if witness B is able to do this and do it now, there's a whole lot of names from paragraph 65, and some of them appear to be people of importance because they give instructions to inform the team to instruct the team to withdraw and come back the following day. Are we going to get evidence about who are these people? For example, there's a Colonel Bartis, there's a Colonel McIntosh, and so on and so on. So that's the one question, and there's a General Mulaudzi and others who seems to be of seniority that he gave instructions, but why is he able to give this instruction, and what's the significance of him being the one that gives the instruction? That's the one. The second is just to clarify with witness B. Witness B, in paragraph 65, you speak about that false alarm, that there is a hostage situation by people in a black Vito, and this is the first time a black Vito is mentioned. Is that a vehicle that you were driving in and your team, you were all driving in one car?
That's correct, Commissioner. That will be the car that we were driving in, and that was the only car that we were driving in on that day.
Yes. So, Ms. Poe, if you, I don't mean to burden you and the witness unnecessarily, but there are many names and one I'm not sure about their significance for purpose of this evidence, but in the course of the terms of reference that we are required to comment on.
Commissioner Paloi, perhaps we can bookmark the end of paragraph 67, just to turn back to paragraph 59, because that's where the names begin. The first name that appears in this instance is Brigadier Mkabela. Witness B, do you know who Brigadier Mkabela is?
Is the commander at the lab, that's all I can say. Yeah, it's one of the senior officials at the lab.
And then there's General Molaudzi. Do you know who he is?
He's the overall commander of the lab as a whole.
He's there?
Overall commander of the lab as a whole. And just to note that some of these individuals will be called to the commission to provide the ballistics evidence. And then there is Colonel Lesu. Do you know who he is?
Yes, I know. He's also one of the officers at the lab. He has helped me in more than once at the lab.
Is he an analyst at the lab?
No, he's also a commander. The commanders are in different levels. He's also a commander. But now, me not being the personnel at the lab, I won't be able to be specific as to what exactly.
Okay, and then there's Captain Masilo. Do you know who he is?
He's a special task force commander.
My apologies, Commissioners. We are now at paragraph 65. The next person is
Sorry,
Colonel.
can you repeat that for Captain Masilo?
Special task force commander.
And then there's Colonel Barchis.
Same units, also is the commander.
And then there's Colonel McIntosh.
I don't know.
He's noted in the statement as a hostage negotiator.
Oh, yes, yes.
The next is at paragraph 67, that's Colonel Shole.
Colonel Shole, I think is from the Highway Patrol. I don't remember from which unit, but it's the person that was dispatched to attend to the complaint.
The next person is Warrant Officer Ndumiso.
He's a member from LCRC. Yes.
The next is Colonel Shaku.
Colonel Shaku and Shole is one person. I think it's a spelling error.
Okay. I think we've dealt with General Mulaudzi. Okay. Commissioners, those are the names that appear in the preceding paragraphs to 68, which is where we are.
Thank you, Ms. Poe.
Witness B, you note at paragraph 67 that you then withdrew from the lab. Can you explain what then happens at that point of withdrawal?
After instruction from General Laws that we must leave everything and come back tomorrow, that was the part where we left everything as instructed and we went outside. While we were outside, we were walking outside, all of us, those members, Colonel Shole, Captain Mahosho, and we were all laughing as to, it's like we didn't know who created this situation, all of us at the time, because we were all laughing about it. It's to say who created the situation, who said there was a hostage in the first place here, who said there was a kidnapping here. And then, but there was something I noted after that. Captain Makhotle said, no guys, I'm not driving with you going back. I'll go with Colonel Shole because he stays nearby from where I'm staying, so there won't be any need for you to drive me back there. And then that's what it's, then we all go to our different directions.
Sorry, is that spelling error then Shole, not Shaku?
Yes, Commissioner.
So in paragraph 68 and 67, we must replace Shaku with Shole.
That's correct.
And at the point that Captain Makhotle tells you that he'll no longer drive with you, what was his mood or attitude towards you? Or
Hence,
the
I'm
team?
saying we were there in the front door of the lab, and hence I'm saying we were all laughing. It appears as if all of us were puzzled as to who created this situation in the first place. It was a laughable matter at that point.
And when you say you were all laughing, just for completeness, this includes Colonel Makhotle, Captain Makhotle.
All of us.
Thank you. And then at...
Did I
my
mishear
apologies.
you, Witness B? I thought earlier on you testified that when the members, when some of them were now there, Captain Makhotle said that he was kidnapped. Did I misunderstand you or mishear you?
I said he did not.
Thank you.
Just to clarify that, Witness B, you're saying when Captain Shole and Colonel Shole entered with his people, Captain Makhotle did not say that he was the victim or the complainant in this kidnapping situation?
No.
Did he express anything at that point?
No. In actual fact, Colonel Sholo spoke to us rather than Captain Mahotlo. That's when he was asking questions. That what took us to the point where he informed the general, because it was like he was not understanding why he was sent there in the first place, because the explanation is different now, and there was nothing that came from the captain to say maybe, hey, Captain, Colonel, these people, they kidnapped me, this and that and that. I never had any of such.
Thank you, Witness B.
Have you had sight of the contents of the kidnapping docket CAS 118/01/2025?
Unfortunately, I don't know what is in that kidnapping, because we only learned maybe 3 days later about, we were not aware that there's kidnapping and stuff. So we never had the liberty to see what is in there.
All right. You may take the witness back to where she was, Ms. Powe.
Thank you, Chair. Witness B, we were now at paragraph 69, where you detail what happens the following day, as General Mulaudzi had instructed that you leave everything and return the following day. So this is now the 8th of January. Can
Yes,
you
indeed,
take
the
us
following
through?
day, we went back and we were taken to Brigadier Mkhabela's office, and then he said we must explain what happened last night. We took him through everything that happened, and then we explained why did we needed to have that report that urgently in the first place. We showed him the reports that we were having and the reports that we were requiring. And then after the explanation and showing the brigadier the reports that we were having and the omissions there, or not the omission at this time, it was a big date of a commission, and then he eventually understood, and he said to us he can see now where the problem is, and he said indeed you must take this workstation, and when you get the report you must share with us because we need to institute our internal what did it say? It's internal proceedings in terms of what we pointed out, because he even took the phone and called the general and put him on the loudspeaker and explained what exactly is going on. And the only thing that he said, the general, he said, I told these people not to do this, and Makgotlo is guilty as charged. And then he was happy now that the brigadier to say we can take this workstation, but he said we mustn't take it too long because they're using it. And then he said, but mostly we must share the outcomes therefore with them. And he further told us that they were not understanding what was happening. And then according to what they were briefed on, I don't know who briefed them, it's not exactly what we're telling them. Therefore, they advised the captain to open the case, and he said that therefore they will tell him not to proceed because there's no reason for him to open the case. The reason why they advised him is because they were not understanding at the time. And then we thought then everything is resolved. Maybe it's worth mentioning that for the first time visiting in a police office, and then you may find the brigadier buying you some food and cold drinks. We enjoyed ourselves there, and then we left. But in the process of taking the workstation, there was a female colonel, I just forgot her name, that was part of the process instructed by the brigadier.
Did you eventually get a statement from Captain Makgotlo as to why there were multiple reports in his workstation?
Unfortunately, we haven't, because from that day on, when we go to the lab, we're not even allowed to enter the gates. We needed to be, there was a certain way of handling us when we go to the lab, up to when witness C, I think, is gonna dwell on that, when now he was instructed or tasked to go and obtain the statements of the events as who I'm narrating as happened. Then now the generals, they didn't want to give those statements. The brigadiers, they didn't want to give the statements. Even the colonels, they didn't want to give the statement of all the happenings as they happened from when we were in a quest to find this final report.
Let us adjourn and resume at 2 o'clock. Ms. Bowe.
Thank you, Chair. We were at paragraph 70, just concluding the meetings, trying to obtain the original amended ballistics report. Witness B, if I can take you to paragraph 70, there you deal with the collection after the collection of the workstation and processing that it was returned.
Yes.
Can you explain what happened there to the Commission?
When it was part of the team that was returning it, but it was returned on the 16th of January, just before the captain would go back to work.
And then you deal with the efforts of witness C to try and obtain a statement from General Mulaudzi. Can you explain why the statement was sought and what efforts was taken to obtain the statement?
After now, we learned now that there was a case opened, and also we were seeking to have the statements because all the steps that were followed and all the permissions that were granted, we needed now the general and the brigadier to put it in writing now, because it became relevant to have such statements given the fact now that the so-called case that the captain was advised. And I want us to look at this point of being advised that initially it was not even Captain Makhotlo's initiation. He was advised to do this. So we had to have such statements at disposal because we followed certain procedures. We seek certain permissions that were granted. There's nothing that, of our knowledge, we did forcefully or any other way. Therefore, witness C was the one tasked to go and obtain such statements, and he had some interactions even over the phone with the relevant people that were supposed to depose the statements. However, I would rather leave it at that. Maybe witness C can tell the commission a little better, hence he was the one interacting and he was the one tasked to do such.
Thank you, Witness B. At paragraph 72, you comment on the kidnapping case that Captain Mahotle opened against you and your team members. Can you tell us your thoughts about this?
Yes, as I've already indicated, that to me it was so strange to say there was a kidnapping. First of all, the said kidnapping, it should be the crime scene, it should be a police station. It's bizarre. How can you kidnap somebody from police station where all the help is there to prevent crime? Further than that, we were going to the office, not our office. We can't be the one directing how we get there, how we gain entrance there, how we access the office. Obviously, the person who's leading us is the person who's working in the office. Thirdly, there's security at the gate. You can't just access the ballistic without going through the security. All that, he's the one who was talking to the securities to assure them that there's nothing wrong that is happening. It's him. He's with us and we've got permissions and all that. So I really, even after when now everybody was God knows who called people that supposedly attended that kidnapping. But when they get the final explanation, otherwise, the way the people were supposed to open that kidnapping, that's how crime works. And we were not supposed to be let go if now we committed crime. That's why when you find the suspect and on the act, that's where now you arrest. You don't tell the suspect that, go, you come back some other time, I'll arrest you some other time. And given the fact that kidnapping, it's taken as a serious crime, it was supposed to be open there and there because the police were there to attend to it. However, all that didn't happen. And the fact that we were told that he was advised and he would be unadvised. So all that didn't happen. It makes you wonder, why was it opened in the first place? What is the reason? Because there must be a reason.
And knowing what you know now, have you established a reason?
All I can say now is just that there are things that I would rather speak to it maybe to the commission only because of the integrity of the investigation, because to be mindful that this case is still at court, it's not yet finalized, and there's sensitive information that I wouldn't want to speak on this platform, maybe to add on my comment.
Witness B, when you say this case, you mean which case are we talking about?
I'm talking about the Madlanga case 275 because all these reports that we're referring to, most of them, they're from that case.
Okay, thank you.
Witness B, we are at the end of that section. Commissioners, Witness B wants to go back to the section where we were dealing with the General Shibiri meeting.
Before you do that, then maybe let me ask questions on this last part. Witness B, in your paragraph 71, that's where you discuss contact with General Mulaudzi to interview him and take a statement. And you explain that he didn't make himself available. So should we take it that as matters stand now, there is no statement from General Mulaudzi?
That's correct.
And you say General Mulaudzi is the head, the overall head of the laboratory?
That's correct, Commission.
Okay. And do you know what is happening with that case that is now, you say, sitting with IPID? Have they interviewed you? Is anything happening there?
All I know that we submitted our warning statements to the IP. As to how far, we never had any other reports as to what is happening. We don't know.
Okay. Thank you. Thank you, Ms. Bell.
Thank you, Commissioner Balwe. If we can...
While Ms. Bauer is still trying to find her place, let me ask a further question about the General Mulaudzi's failure to provide a statement. Has anyone of your team or you specifically reported this to your superiors? This problem of getting an interview and statement with General Mulaudzi?
Yes, we did.
And who in particular have you reported it to?
We reported it to our immediate commander, where we are reporting currently. That will be Colonel Kumalo.
Okay. And you don't know whether he has done anything about it or what he has done about it?
No, I don't know.
Okay, thank you. Thank you, Ms. Bach.
Thank you, Commissioner Baloyi. If we could go back to page 15 of the witness's statement. This is where we end, where witness B ends talking about the meeting with General Shibiri. Witness B, you mentioned that you would want to make some observations based on what you know now in relation to your meeting with General Shibiri.
It's just one aspect there. Now, holistically looking at this whole thing that we're facing here, I was so shocked later on after the arrest of Kate Madlanga. When we look at his cell phone analysis, and then to find that the general has the relationship, or if it's not a relationship, the talking relationship with this Vusi Madlanga. And I would also note that this phone that we have of Vusi Madlanga, it was only in use from December. And indeed, what I can say in my comment on this is to say, I noticed that the very same general was in communication with Vusi Madlanga using a WhatsApp, voice calls from the period of that December up until May. However, I noted that in April they never spoke, but consecutively from December up until May. However, April is not there. And furthermore, I learned that the relationship is so serious that there is even an exchange of monies between them. So it made me question everything that I questioned initially as to what was the purpose, what was supposed to mean especially the conversation of the envelopes. What was its intention? Maybe I'll deal with why this is so strange, and it makes me feel otherwise when I discover this at a later stage when we're dealing with the syndicates now. Maybe that's where I'll deal with this part to say why was it so questionable to me.
Commissioners, without the AV people displaying my screen, just to say that the conversations that the witness is referring to is displayed. I know that it is part of the record. I'm just not sure which part of the record. This evidence has been presented to the Commission. So that those are the conversations that the witness is referring to.
And on top of that, may I speak?
Yes, you can.
Yeah, on top of that, hence we've said now, since we've started with this investigation, we're getting a lot of streams of information. We were like shocked to learn from one of the streams of information that the same general was also giving information as to how to counter the investigation, including the very same Vusi Madlanga. So that made me question everything and question myself if where will I be safe, maybe to discuss certain investigations, if maybe now we'll have such information about they're supposed to be our heroes because they are our leaders. They're supposed to guide us. And when you get such information, you, because when we were called in that meeting, to be honest with the commission, I was so proud to say we're doing something that is noticeable by the national office, not even knowing that it's not even the purpose.
Ms. Bowe, speaking amongst the three of us, our recollection is that perhaps these were touched on during the testimony of witness X. We may be wrong, but whatever the position, you may perhaps just prepare a schedule. You don't need to go through it with this witness, in which you indicate where what is with regard to what this witness has said. Is that fine?
We will do so. Commissioners, if we go back to paragraph 74 at page 26 of the witness's statement. Witness B, there you begin to talk about the bail application that Mr. Tau made. Can you take us through this?
Yes, Tau's bail was scheduled to the 2nd of August. And then,
Perhaps before you go to when it was scheduled, can you explain to the Commission what happened to his prior bail applications?
okay, the initial bail application where all three accused have applied, that bail was denied by the magistrate at Vereeniging. And then later on, Tau brought a new bail application on new facts, of which on those new facts, he alluded that he was sick and his sickness was worsening since he was in prison. And according to him, the doctor recommended that he needed to go to a certain clinic that is the only clinic can assist to control his disease. And then apparently he was granted a bail on those bases. However, I would like to put on record that prior he was granted this bail, he was at the prison since the 17th after the arrest. And his condition has been treated. There is facility inside the prison that is treating the very same condition. And when we learned that he brought this based on this sickness, I went to the prison. I met with the health practitioner there in prison. And then I asked them if they have means to assist a person with this condition. They told us that yes, of course, they've been managing this sickness as like his for years, and they've got about 120. I don't remember the number very well because I'm not referring it to anything. I just relying on my recollection of the events then. He said they have some 100 plus of the patients with exactly the same sickness, and they manage it very well. And we learned that people with the same sickness, they know even how to manipulate it to make it look like it's uncontrollable. And according to the health practitioner, that was the case with Tau anyway.
For the record,
Witness B,
for the record, witness B, what is the medical condition?
Okay. It is diabetic.
Yes, witness B, you can continue.
Yes, I've learned that from the health practitioner that those patients, they know how to manipulate the sickness to make it look like it's uncontrollable. They know what to do to trigger certain sickness to make it look like it's uncontrollable. So they've said even in prison, there's a lot of prisoners that have went that route, especially when they want to use those grounds as the grounds for bail. Well, we even obtained the affidavits from the health practitioner at the prison to say we are able to control this, but if the accused doesn't want, he wants to go out from the prison to be treated, even that they can assist, they can take him wherever that he needs to go. But however, he was granted bail based on those conditions, and then he was placed on the house arrest with strict condition, I must say, because he was not even supposed to go out anywhere other than 3 places, of which it will be court, it will be the clinic that he alluded, and to see his legal team only. And even then, it was said that he must use the shortest route without via, and prior he must let the IO know and the routes thereof.
Witness B, in paragraph 75.1 of your evidence, you talk about an inappropriate discussion preceding the bail, the granting of bail.
Can I just...
Commissioner Kumalo, before we go there, just to complete this, witness B, this evidence was placed before the magistrate, the evidence related to the health practitioners.
Yes, it was. And after he was out on bail and he violated his bail condition, I went to the clinic that he alluded that is the only clinic that can help him to control his sickness. To my surprise, the doctor never saw him since 2021, if I'm not mistaken. He never treated him for this sickness as he alluded, and the doctor even deposited the statement to say he doesn't even need to see him. He can treat this via emails. He can consult via emails. So he basically lied to court.
Thank you, Witness B. Commissioner Kumalo was taking you to paragraph 75, where you deal with the alarming circumstances or concerning events around the bail application itself. So if we can go there, and then you can start with the first event.
As we're preparing for a bail on new facts, it was on the 2nd, I think, between the last, I don't remember the dates, but towards the 2nd, let me put it like that, July towards the 2nd. On Tuesdays at our office, we always have a meeting where we discuss crime, we discuss everything that concerns investigations and everything there. So it was one of these meetings when I was approached by my colleague, Sergeant Chukudu, and he told me that he was sent to me by Brigadier Nkwashu to plead with me not to oppose the bail for Tau. And then that was so strange because this bail, it was not even an initial bail, it was bail on new facts. My stance was already known because I already opposed that bail successfully. So there was nothing that was going to change with this one, because whatever facts that were there then, they were still there even now, except that now he alluded at court that now his sickness is worsening because he's in prison, he might die. Then the magistrate, he said, no, you can't die on my account. And then this request was unusual because in the case where we have murder suspect, or let me say serious crime suspects, all the commanders will tell you to go and oppose bail. This was so strange to say you shouldn't be opposing bail.
Witness B.
Are you still on 75.1?
Yes. Witness B, can you explain to the commission who Sergeant Sukudu is and who Brigadier Nkwashu is?
Okay, Sergeant Sukudu is my colleague, same office. And then Brigadier Nkwashu, well, I learned that he's a district commissioner at Sidibeng, but I don't know him even today. But I got messages only from him, according to my colleague.
Did Witness B, did Sergeant Chukudu tell you why Brigadier Nkwashu, or Brigadier Nkwashu's reasons why you should not oppose bail? Did he say, how did he explain it?
Commissioners, I didn't even entertain. I just told him that there's no way that I won't be opposing this bail. Stance is already out there. You know that I am opposing this bail. I even went as far to say, because I thought it was for a good cause, that meeting, to say this docket, it's been watched by the generals at the national office, thinking it was for that purpose.
Then at paragraph 75.2, you deal with a call that witness A received. Can you tell us about that?
Yes, before the bail verdict, he received a call telling him that that was going to get the bail. That was a call to witness A from his contact. And then indeed, on the 2nd, he was granted bail. And then after he was granted bail, I still received a call from the very same colleague of mine, Sergeant Chukudu. He requested us to meet, and remember, at this point, I'm afraid even to leave my house because of, I understand the danger has escalated now. So he called me, and then we met somewhere around Mall of the South, and then he delivered the message to me. He says he was sent again by Brigadier Nkwashu to say thank you. And I was like, that was so uncomfortable, that one, because I was like, why? Why are you thanking me? Because you came with a request that I didn't grant. What is the reason for thanking me now? I asked him, why is he thanking me? He said, no, I don't know, I'm just a messenger. And to me, that felt like a disguised threat to say, with or without you. And now that you've made your point, where do you stand? Thank you. So that's how it felt to me. Even today, it felt like a disguised threat.
And
worse, because it was delivered by somebody who knew what was the answer from the request. Why did he feel the need to bring this message? What it's supposed to mean?
Witness B, this Sergeant Chukudu, are you friends with him or is he just a colleague? How do you interact with him socially and work-wise?
We colleagues, but we had a good relationship in that space. It's somebody that I would request assistance from, knowing that he would really come through. That he's a bubbly person, if I may put it like that.
Well, I'm asking because I want to understand why would he feel so comfortable to come and relay to you what looks like obviously irregular, if not unlawful communication with you?
That part, that's why I said it was an uncomfortable one, because hence I'm saying the guy is a very bubbly person. He's a to-go person sometimes when you get stuck, because you know he's open. But we never had such conversation in the past.
Yeah. So you think maybe it's because he's bubbly that he's sent to relay these kind of messages, inappropriate messages?
I won't really know what was the reason, but what I know is that I'm not the first person that he tried to relay. I don't know. I know that my colleague witness B was on leave when these things are happening. He informed me. He also got a call from the very same colleague, and then he told him that he's on leave, and basically the person to talk to, it's me. I guess he really needed to deliver this message. He found himself had to. I don't know. I won't know what is the reason behind it.
Okay, thank you. Thank you, witness B.
And then after that, after me now feeling so threatened in that manner, I reported this matter to Brigadier Hopane.
Do you know if Brigadier Khopane has done anything about it?
Yes, I do. I do. After Tao was rearrested now, after he failed to stick to his bail conditions, during the arrest, as I was keep reporting things to the brigadier, she phoned me and told me that I did call Chukut and reprimanded him to stop conveying the messages. I told him that his person is arrested and he must stop conveying such messages to you, and he apologized.
Thank you, witness B.
Commissioners, a statement from Brigadier Khopane is attached as B7, where she gives this exact account. Witness B, at paragraph 76, you deal with yet another encounter, this time directly with Brigadier Nkwashu. Can you explain to the Commission what happened there?
All right. This is the later now, this year. Like when I say later, I mean like in the events that I've been speaking to. Now we come to 2025, April 16. I received a phone call from Colonel Grandling from Vereeniging. He was telling me that he got a call from district commissioner. He wants the docket. He wants certain dockets, let me put it like that, including the one that I was investigating. And then there was timelines there. And it was like he was getting pressure. That's why he called me and he said, you know what? I told him that I don't have a docket. It's at DPP. He said, okay, fine, because this is, I was pressurized to give this docket. Please speak. He gave me the cell phone numbers of the brigadier And then he said, please call him and explain what you're explaining to me, because he doesn't want any explanations from me. He wants the docket. So you are in the better position to give account to the docket, because I don't have a docket. I just know you are investigating the docket. Of which indeed I called the brigadier, I explained, I introduced myself, I explained my situation where the docket is concerned. And then he said it's okay. Yeah, that it's okay. Then if the docket it's at the DPP. But shortly after that, he called me back. Said no, this docket is that one of Mlive. I said yes. He said no, don't bring the docket to me. I don't want it. You must give it to the provincial commissioner. But I don't want anything to do with it, a docket.
Witness B,
Oh, he better said, oh, there's something that he said. He said he is a suspect on that docket. And I was like shocked, and I asked, are you a suspect? And then our conversation ended there.
thank you, Witness B. Commissioners, Witness B has provided us with the recordings of these calls. And so we would like to play these two recordings. The call that Witness B makes to, my apologies, just 1 second. I'd like to confer with my colleague. Commissioners, my apologies. In order to play the two recordings, we just need a short adjournment to sort out the sound.
Let us adjourn, you'll let us know.
Thank you, Commissioners. We will first start with the call that witness B makes to Brigadier Nkwashu. Just to note that we will be playing the call from 20 seconds in because she starts by introducing herself. But we will provide the full clip to the Commissioners.
And you are sure Brigadier Nkwashu does not address the witness by name somewhere in the conversation?
We have listened to both to make sure.
All right, thank you.
We got an instruction from the PC, né? And to collect all those dockets, including that docket of yours, and go give it to him. And the instruction were given to us as district commissioners. And if we are not handing in those dockets to him, we're gonna be facing the disciplinary steps. So I gave the case numbers to all the stations, to collect all the stations for me to go and give it to the PC. So that is the reason we want that docket.
Oh, Rick, for now,
Yeah.
mina ngizoba a problem because I don't have the docket with me. It's a DPP.
Okay. No, it's not a problem. You can just write me a report that the docket is at the DPP, and you send me that report on email. And my email is nkwashuam2@subs.gov.za, or you can send it to the district commissioner. Email at Citibank. Then we will, as we hand the other dockets, we will tell him that that one is at the DPP. It's not a problem.
All right, Rick, I'll do so.
Okay, thank you so much.
Thank you, Mayor.
Bye.
Commissioners, I hope that was clear and there's no need to replay.
Can I just ask witness B to identify the people on the call for the record?
Witness B?
Okay, commissioners, that will be myself and the brigadier.
Thank you. Commissioners will proceed to play the call that happens shortly thereafter. And this call is from the brigadier to witness B.
That's correct.
We suspect kule case mos.
We suspect.
Yeah, so I won't let it mean, ne? Na no mu itolile. Is direct to go PC, ne?
All right.
No my we are go DPP. Ungai let it my angifu.
Okay.
Ungai nigga direct to PC.
All right. Yes, brigadier.
All right, such thanks, ne?
Bye.
Bye.
Commissioners, I hope that was also clear. Witness B, for the record, can you please confirm?
I think
just one
it
second.
was clear, but I think I'm a bit lost. Maybe context or I'm not sure I follow that.
Yeah.
Perhaps in the
Oh, no, I get it.
Ms. Power, the recording is in Zulu For the record, I think you do need the witness to explain what that conversation was.
Commissioner Baloyi, this is specifically in reference to the second.
It's the second call, yes.
Witness B, the second call is in isiZulu. Can you translate that call to the commissioners?
I'll try. Basically, the brigadier called me back to ask me in particular if that case was for Katiso Mlipe, and I said yes, and he said no. On that case, he is the suspect, therefore I shouldn't bring the docket to him. I must take it straight to the provincial commissioner. He doesn't want it.
And for the record, who was the provincial commissioner at that time?
It's General Msombe.
Thank you. Witness B, did General Ntombeni's office or even the Sidibeng District Commissioner's office ever communicate this request formally to you or your commanders?
No. That was the last time we had such conversation about the docket.
Witness B, you say in your statement that as investigating, he is a suspect. Do you now know, as you testify, whether he is a suspect?
Hey, up to today, I'm not so sure what the brigadier was talking about, because as far as I understand in this docket, the suspects are arrested. There's only one outstanding with the J50, so I have no idea.
And at any point before this the two telephone conversations, had General Nkwashu been involved at all to do with your docket, the Vereeniging docket?
No, except when he was making requests through my colleague. That's the only thing I had to know this name from. But other than that, no.
Thank you.
Could he possibly have been a reference to Mr. Katiso Mlipe?
Oh, beg your pardon, Commissioner, didn't get it.
I'm saying, could the he is a suspect, could that possibly have been a reference to Mr. Katiso Mlipe?
I actually not so certain, but there's one thing that I can note while we're there. Maybe it might bring a picture to the commissioners. On the 9th, shortly after Mlipe appeared at court, I learned from the prison head that there was a request from Brigadier Nkwashu to go to prison to see Katiso after hours. And the reason why he wanted to go there, according to the reasons given to the prison head, is that he was apprehended that morning at airport, so he needed to bring him some clothing and some food, and it was quite after hours for visitation at the prison. And indeed, according to the prison head, he went there, but they also noted certain things that they made mention to me to say he came driving in the BMW without registrations.
Witness B.
Of which it was.
Witness B, just 1 second.
Yes, the ambiguity with regard to the pronoun does not arise if we listen to isiZulu. My co-commissioner says the brigadier said ngi, Ngi suspect. So the Ngi refers to the brigadier himself. It only arises when we read it in English. So you can't be sure whether the he refers to the brigadier or refers to Katiso Molefe. So my co-commissioner says, he said Ngi, which would mean that it's the brigadier who is the suspect.
Yes, Chair.
That's correct.
And we will be providing objective transcripts of that recording.
Thank you.
My apologies, Witness B, you were also providing that confirmation?
Yes, he indeed said he suspect, meaning he was referring to himself to say, I am the suspect.
Witness B, you were explaining, and I think some of it got lost, or at least I lost it along the way. It was in response to my question whether General Nkwashu has had any involvement with this case, and I think you were starting to explain, you had started to explain that on the morning or after Mr. Tau was arrested at the airport. Can you just repeat that? What happened? And how, and I think you were speaking to the involvement of Brigadier Nkwashu with that.
I'm saying all I know where Katiso is concerned, all I know is that I got a call from the prison head informing me that they had a request from Brigadier Nkwashu, whom he said Katiso was been arrested on that morning at airport. Then he was requesting to be granted permission to see Katiso after hours on the 9th, and then he indeed went to prison driving in a vehicle without registration numbers, of which the prison head noted and said, we find it strange why would the brigadier now drive in a vehicle without registrations. However, they told me that they couldn't allow him to see Katiso, but they took the clothing from him and they refuse to take food because their policies doesn't allow so. And yeah, that was it about that day. And then furthermore, he told them that he was related to him in a way, but when they make their own inquiries, Katiso denied being related to him, so they felt like there was something wrong happening. That's why they reported that incident to me.
I don't know how prisons work, but is an incident such as this recorded in the prison's record where a visitor is asked to come in to see a person? Would there be a record in your experience of this?
Yes, there is also some reports that the prison had made and also deposited the affidavits in that respect.
Thank you.
Even the video footage, I saw the video footage where they were showing me the person that they say it was the brigadier entering there.
Yes. And do you know if anything has been done about this arising from that report? Whether any action has been taken to deal with this?
No.
Okay. Thank you, Witness B.
Commissioners, just to link the past 2 days' testimony, Witness A, you will recall, testified that he placed with the prison officials strict instructions that if there are only certain categories of people who are allowed to visit, and this is part of the reason why they were alerted of the visit. Furthermore, Witness C will come and deal with the specifics of the visit, including the records they received from the prison officials.
Thank you.
Witness B, we can then look at paragraph 77, and this is where you discuss your meeting with witness A to discuss all of the concerns that you now had, especially given Mr. Dao's release. Can you talk to the commission about this?
Yes. On the 3rd, we couldn't even sleep. We met, we reflected on everything that has happened, and we also reflected at the danger that was facing us now that Tao was granted bail. On our first attempt, we tried to get hold of Brigadier, trying to explain to her how do we feel now, what is at stake right now. And then we couldn't find the Brigadier. She was not in the province. She was having something out of the province, and then failing to get hold of her, we then tried now to think, what else can we do? Given the fact that already we had an instruction to say, you speak to me or the general, now we try to think, how can we reach the general? At that point, we didn't have a direct line with the general. So we engaged one of our colleagues that we have worked with in the past. The one who's not even in our office, and then that will be Sergeant Matendra, who was, we knew that she's got an easy access to the general. Therefore, we drove to him, and then we deliberate there. And one of the reasons why we opted to go to Sergeant Matendra, I guess witness A has touched on this, because we have a history of working together in the serious cases. We once worked on several cases. Therefore, there was one member that we used to work with, of which a witness B mentioned that passed away. Maybe it's not the right word to say he passed away, because he didn't pass, actually he was killed. And then with the situations that he would communicate with us to say, hey, there's a problem here and there, and then I might be killed. And we find ourselves in the very same situation.
Witness B?
And
Witness
the person
B.
who would best
Witness B?
understand it was Matendra, because he knew what Ndlovu faced and subsequently what happened to him. So
Witness
we
B.
knew that he would understand our
Witness B.
situation. But the main point, it was for him to connect us with the general,
Witness-
of which he subsequently did.
Witness B, please hold your thoughts. Don't forget where you were. Ms. Poe, did you not introduce this discussion by making reference to paragraph 77?
Chair, I was waiting for a pause to pull the witness back to the sub-contents.
Why I'm asking that is because you said the witness's eyesight is not that good, and that she would not be able to read. I just have the feeling that 77, inclusive of 77.1 up to 77.7 should be read into the record. And perhaps you should do that and just get the witness to confirm. I would like for that to go into the record.
Chair, not to be defined, I'll first ask the witness if she can touch on these issues, because I think she had forgotten them and went straight. But I will do so. I'll read to the record.
And are you hoping that she's going to go 7.1 up to 7.7 point by point? You see, that's my concern. My concern is that it's probably going to be a generalized narrative, whereas she says the two of us had reflections, and these are our reflections, 77.1 all the way to 77.2, unless you think the witness is going to be able to do that.
Chair, lest I be disappointed or misleading the commission, I will read the paragraphs into the record.
Thank you.
Starting at paragraph 77, after the granting of the bail and into the early hours of 3 August 2025, witness A and I met to discuss the case. We were extremely concerned about Mr. Dau's release and the danger that this would pose for us. We also reflected on the worrisome things that had already taken place during the course of the investigations. In particular, we recalled threats and intimidation whenever we attended bail application, including the cars that followed us and attempted to drive us off the road after the accused person's first appearance. Threats and warnings from senior SAPS officials expressing both that brown envelopes had been prepared and that if these were not taken, our lives would be in danger. Interference from SAPS members, including from Brigadier Nkwashu through Sergeant Sukudu. The omission of linkages in the ballistics report and general unresponsiveness from Captain Makgotle. Intelligence on the nature of the criminals involved and their reach, in particular that the targets of the investigations were close to senior SAPS members. The withdrawal of 3 of the 5 members who were working on the case with us. Mr. Dau had now been released on bail. We were aware of his access to resources and had been warned that if released, we would be his target. Moreover, we learned from an inmate informer that he had tried to procure hitmen to assassinate us while incarcerated. Witness B, can you confirm the contents of these paragraphs?
I confirm.
Thank you.
Before you move on, witness B, in that paragraph 77.4, where you speak about the unresponsiveness from Captain Makgotle, from what you have described regarding General Mulaudzi, would it be wrong to include him, or is there a reason that you don't include him in that complaint about unresponsiveness?
I don't think I understand the question, Commissioner.
You have described to us in your evidence earlier that General Mulaudzi has been uncooperative in giving you an interview and a statement about the events that have happened at the laboratory. And what I'm asking you is, doesn't that conduct also qualify his failure to cooperate with you? Does it not qualify as unresponsiveness as well?
It could, but at this point we are concerned with what we saw as the reds and the issue of General not giving the statement. It came later on. I guess by the time I was looking at those things, I was looking way back from where it started as we reflected as and at this point I didn't really look at that to form part of the reflections that we were having at the time. And remember, these reflections we were having on the 3rd of August before we even attempt to get statements from the generals.
I understand. Thank you.
Commissioner Baloyi, on that point, there is a typo on paragraph 77. It should read 3 August 2024, not 5. So the incident with General Mulawuzi happens in January of this year.
I saw from B7 that Mr. Tau was rearrested in September.
Yes, shortly after his bail release. Witness B, can you speak to Mr. Tau's rearrest after his bail release?
Oh, yes, he was arrested on the 20th of September. And then after he violated his bail conditions. And then what happened is amongst the what is this bail conditions was expected to check on him anytime, any day. He was instructed to allow the police to check on him anytime, any day. And then by the first day when I decided to go to check on him, he was not at home. And then we found his son there who told us that he went to work and he's the person who will always go. Then I just knew there and there that we have a problem now. We applied for search and seizure for his DVR because we learned that he had some cameras to monitor now what was happening all along. Only to find that shortly after his arrest, he never even obeyed that house arresting. He was going as if there was no restrictions. He would leave come midnight and everything. Then the docket as per section 67A was opened, and then subsequently J50 was applied and granted, and on the 20th of September it was executed. And then he has been in prison since then, and then that case has since been finalized and he has been convicted on that.
Thank you, Witness B. You were at paragraph 78 and just explained your approach to Sergeant Matendra. And in your explanation, you told the commission why Sergeant Matendra was the right person to approach. And I believe that the story you were conveying there is important to you. So if you can explain to the commission there what happened.
Sergeant Matendra is a colleague that we have been working with, especially in the serious crimes that involve multiple murders. And then we had another member that we used to work with, that would be Sergeant Lovo, who I said he was then killed in line of his duty. And then knowing that Matendra and myself and Witness A and Sergeant Lobo would work together on certain cases, we knew that he was the person that will understand our situation at the time, why we desperately needed to speak to the general about our situation, because we knew now that our situation, like our story, it was just a same script, different characters. We were going to the roots where this the sergeant find himself in, because he would say that, hey, what I'm going through here, I might be killed. So he died knowingly so that he might be killed, as much as we already knew by that time that we are at the verge of being killed ourselves. So the best person who would understand our story, who understand it back to Sergeant Lobi, it was Sergeant Matendra. And then we explained to him, and he subsequently indeed saw the gravity of our story, and he made sure that he connects us with the general, of which we couldn't get hold of him that time, but I believe that the sergeant briefed the general, and subsequently, I think on the 5th, the general called me and I got a chance to explain what was happening. And
Witness B.
yes.
Before you deal with your conversations with the general, maybe to step back and deal with paragraph 79, where you talk about the dangers and your continued reliance on the private security company because the sub-TRA processes hadn't produced any results. Can you tell the Commission about that?
Yes, we were like from the second we were relying on this private security or company to assist us in order for us to be able to do our investigations, and then the TRA also was done on us.
Witness B, can you just remind us, when did you first request a TRA?
It was shortly after the first appearance. I'm not so certain any longer because I don't have the copy of it, but I believe it was sometime in May.
And as at August, you hadn't received it? Because
And
as
in August, there was a second TRA now that was conducted, seeing that one, we don't know what happened to it.
So between May, when you asked, and the beginning of August, nothing had been done on your first request?
No Commissioner.
Do you know ordinarily how long or what is the response time when there's been a request for a TRA? Ordinarily, what would be the response time?
It was the first time myself dealing with that. I don't know, but what I see on the second TRA, we spoke with the general, I think on the 5th, and then it's either on the 7th or on the 8th already we got response, because the officers from the office conducting the TRA, they came to our office. I had an interview with them. So it was that quick on the second one.
The second one, just to confirm, the second one was after you had now involved General Mbuso Khumalo for assistance.
That's right.
Thank you.
Witness B, my apologies, Commissioner Khumalo.
Yes, Witness B, you have mentioned earlier, but you repeat it in this paragraph 79, that you had to use a private security. How did you get this private security? Is this your private arrangement? Was it an SAPS arranged protection?
No, it wasn't SAPS arranged. I would say it was private, given the fact of the relationship that I had with them since 2020. I first met them 2020 dealing with another case of murder somewhere else.
All right. Thank you, Witness B.
Witness B, at paragraph 80, you refer to talking to the prosecutor after Dow's release, and that she also took some steps of her own accord. Can you tell the Commission about this?
Yes, this prosecutor has been the person that we've been working closely to on this matter since day one. Therefore, we needed even not to explain anything to her. She understood everything and the danger surrounding this investigation. So she was very, very concerned. So she wrote to our office, like I think she copied more than one office with her concerns where our safety is concerned. So she was requesting that the SAPS must do something in order to protect us and the docket.
Commissioners, the letter from the prosecutor is attached to General Khumalo's statement, and I think also General Masamula's statement. I'll provide specific references in the morning. Witness B, you then deal with now when General Mbuso Khumalo calls you back after being briefed by Sergeant Matenja. Can you explain what happens there?
Yes. And then the general called me. I explained everything that we were facing, and then I summarized and all the threats against the investigation team, and then and our concerns since the accused was released. And then the general, the following day, I believe, when I go for investigation, he provided some TRT members to assist accompanying me on my investigation, even though I don't know what was the reason, but it was on that day, and then it was withdrew after that. But I saw something moving after that, because after that on the 8th, that call I got from the general, it was on the 6th, and then the 7th, the TRT members came. On the 8th, the TRA members also came for interview. Even though this TRA thing, it also take its course. It's not like shortly after that you'll get the results. It took its time, I think plus or minus 3 months in progress. But at least something was happening. Somebody was talking to us. We knew that something was being done, unlike the first one where no one contacted us.
And just for the record, TRT stands for?
Tactical Response Team.
Advocate Poet, because the witness is not reading from her statement, and I know you know where the witness is and where you are, maybe just indicate to us that we've skipped 4 paragraphs. We are now in paragraph 84.
My apologies, Commissioner Khumalo. The witness dealt with the prosecutor's letter, which is covered from paragraphs 80 to 82. And then 83 deals with the call that she receives from General Khumalo. And then we are now at paragraph 84, where she was provided with support from TRT and the interview with an officer from the TRA. And just for the record, the letter from the prosecutor is attached in General Mkwanazi's statement, MK8, at pages 181 to 183. Witness B, at paragraph 84, you deal with the interview with the TRA officer. Can you tell the Commission about that?
Yes, I would say I had an interview with the Colonel and Dooley and Colonel Theron, of which I don't think I'll be able to say on record what we were dealing with in that interview.
That's fine, Witness B. And at paragraph 85, you deal at a high level with the findings of Colonel Dooley. Can you explain that to the Commission?
Oh yes, Colonel Dooley, in his findings, he classified the risk or the danger that we were facing as high risk.
And Witness B, do you know what this means for somebody who doesn't understand the categories of risk?
In the lack of better words to describe, I would say it meant now we're at grave risk.
And at the end of the paragraph, you deal with then what is recommended for persons classified as high risk. Do you want to tell the Commission about that?
Yes, in his recommendation, he recommended a 24-hour security where we concerned. So, meaning now that was a start of us losing our lives. More like going to prison.
Thank you, Witness B. At paragraph 86, you talk about an event that happens during the week of the 12th of August with members of the cold case unit. Can you tell the Commission about that?
Oh yes, on the 12th of August, we, for some reason, I believe we were at the office for something, and then two gentlemen came in, and then they said they were from cold case, of which one introduced himself as Dion Mlaudzi. They were sent from their office to request the Vernagen case with all sub dockets that it goes with. And then, fortunately enough, that we were in the office, I was able to jump in to say, no, those dockets are at DPP. In actual fact, they were not even at DPP because we were shocked in a manner. Why? The first thing that came to our mind, why cold case is interested in this case, that it's so hot. And then we further explained that in case they need the dockets, they need to communicate through our commander, that would be Brigadier Khopane.
Yes.
Okay,
Witness.
That was it, then they left. But shortly after they left, I also got another
Witness
call.
B?
Now,
Witness B, before you deal with the call that you get, Commissioner Baloyi has a question.
Yes. Witness B, it's about the Sergeant Mlaudzi and the person he was with. Did they explain to you why they are collecting this docket, the main docket and its sub dockets from you? Why it should go to cold case?
Sorry, no, Commissioner, they didn't explain.
And you didn't ask?
I did not ask.
Okay, thank you. Thank you, Ms.
Thank you, Commissioner Baloyi. Witness B, in paragraph 87, you talk about the cases traditionally dealt with under the cold case unit. Can you explain this to the Commission?
Normally, the case that will be referred to as cold case, it's where all investigation has been exhausted and nothing come forth. So, meaning no breakthrough on that case, then it will be referred to as a cold case. Doesn't mean now we stop investigating, but not actively as before. Then a cold case will be dealing with such.
And for completeness, did Vereniging and its sub-dockets fall within this category?
No, that's why I used the word that was so hot, because number one, it was fairly not that old. It was a docket that was just opened April. This incident happens in August. Nevertheless, that what is the period? The fact is, people were arrested. It's a court-going case. It can never be classified as cold.
And at paragraph 88, you then deal with a meeting that you had with Major General Khumalo. Can you tell the Commission about this meeting?
I think on this meeting, it was the first meeting that we had with the general after witness A came back from leave, and then we went and see the general. And then we spoke about
Witness B?
yes.
Oh, you can still hear us. Okay.
Yes, we spoke about the progress of the investigation from then on. Then we were directed that from then on we'll be reporting to him for the guidance on the docket and the responsibility for our safety, and the docket were formally transferred to General Likalakala, who was going to take us through from then on.
And do you know what position General Lekalakala holds?
Oh, he's at Gauteng Counterintelligence.
Thank you. Witness B, in paragraph 89, you then say that on the same day as the meeting, you then receive a call related again to the cold case unit. Can you tell the Commission about this call?
Yes, this time around I received the call from Colonel Rod, who was also requesting the very same dockets that two gentlemen came to collect previously, and I directed her to Brigadier Hopan to be the person that she refers the request to.
And why did you?
Brigadier also told me so, to say anyone who wants the docket, I must just redirect that person to her. And I shared her numbers also to Colonel Rod to speak to the brigadier.
Again, you describe this interaction as unusual in paragraph 89. Can you explain why?
For the very same reason, because now already the two gentlemen came to the office. I explained that the brigadier needs to be contacted. Instead of contacting brigadier, I still get the same call from the same office to say I must give the dockets, and I still gave Brigadier Kopane's numbers still, but I also went back to the brigadier to alert her to say, I got this call again, however, I gave you numbers. Most probably they will contact you, of which it was strange because when I get the briefing from the brigadier, nobody ever called her.
And that message from Colonel Root asking for the brigadier's number, you deal with that at paragraph 90.
Yes. Yes.
Witness B, in that paragraph, you explain that you later approached Colonel Root for a statement. Can you explain to the Commission why you approached her for a statement and what the outcome of that was?
Okay. Later on, during the course of our investigation, I was instructed by the commander here to say we must get the statement talking to the because he wanted to understand the reason why, in the first place, the docket was requested, and then we first spoke over the phone, and she said it's okay. I can come see her. I went to her office under the impression that I'll get this the statement. However, when I got there, she said no, she was acting on the instruction from her superior, being Brigadier Geninda. Therefore, she needs to check with him first, and then he said she will call me. But then when I make a follow up, then she sent me a message to say I shouldn't be asking a statement from her. I must revert back to the general, to my general, and this matter will be handled at that level.
And Brigadier Geninda, do you know the brigadier's title?
Pardon?
What is Brigadier Geninda's position?
Oh, she's a commander. It's called case unit. He is, sorry to say, he is the commander.
And when you say that Lieutenant Colonel Root said that it should be handled at the rank of the generals, what did you understand by this?
It's what we always encounter during the course of our investigation. At times you get undermined because of the rank. It was more like Sergeant Beckhoff, this is not in your pay grade, therefore it will be handled at that level.
Witness B, before this discussion ultimately with Colonel Root, had Brigadier Geninda expressed any interest or in any way become involved with this your investigation?
I never had any interaction with Brigadier. Only time that his name was mentioned, it's when the colonel said she cannot give that statement. She needs to check with her Brigadier Geninda. That's all. That's it. She just said it, but I don't know because she said she was working from the instruction. But myself, I never had interaction with the brigadier.
Thank you.
And witness B, are you aware of any discussion that may have happened between your general and her general on this issue?
I left it at that. I don't know.
Do you know if there was ever any discussion between Brigadier Khopane, your superior, and Brigadier Kininda about this matter?
No, fortunately enough, we keep tabs with the Brigadier Hopan. According to her, there was never.
Thank you.
Witness B, at paragraph 91, you make a note on the insistence from the cold case unit to obtain the docket. Do you want to talk to that?
All I can say is that up to today, I really don't know why they needed to have this docket. Maybe there is a reason that will be at the level of the generals, as I was informed, but myself, I don't know. I don't have any explanation.
Maybe let me ask a question. Do you know who would be Brigadier Gininda's general?
I don't know.
Okay. Thank you.
Witness A, are you authorized in your position? Sorry, Witness B. Are you authorized in your position to simply hand over dockets you are working on to other units?
No, not at all. Without the blessings of my commander, I can't do that.
You would have to obtain permission from your commander.
That's correct.
Thank you, Commissioners. Then
And ordinarily, under what circumstances would the dockets be moved from one unit to another?
Normally, when we have interlinking cases, maybe, and then you'll find one unit obtaining the docket from one to another, but normally the one that will seek dockets from another is the one that is having an active investigation that is at court. Maybe when you find linkages, then you'll go obtain from other units in order to place them at the court roll, because they will be there like more like cold, because it won't be a court going. But when you investigate, like let me say, for instance, in this one, this docket has demanded us to have more dockets through linkages, in terms of you may find that the other docket is also implicating the same accused that you already arrested. But it can never be that you take the active one to the one that is not yet at court.
Where was the I-20 Hyundai hijack from? Was it Sunnyside?
That's correct, Commissioner.
And so ordinarily that hijacking would be investigated by the police station under which Sunnyside falls, whatever that police station is.
That's correct.
Yeah, and that docket, is it not with you now or not?
It is.
Oh, yeah, so that's one example. All right, thank you. I think I get the picture. Thank you.
Let me just follow up on that. Witness B, who makes the decision, and who is in title, not name, who makes the decision that a docket must now go to cold case unit?
Good question, Commissioner. Honestly, I don't want to answer on something that I don't know of. I don't know. But while you at that, I don't know when the docket is declared it's going to the court case. I want to make mention of one of the cases that subsequently are at court. There's one case that was in socials, it was declared cold. But when now the linkage is emerged, I didn't find it at cold cases. I find it at the still with an IO. So I don't know when is that decisions are made and when. I have no idea of that process.
Is it possible, from your knowledge and experience, that the cold case unit can declare a docket to be called and then come and ask for it in the way that they've done with you?
No, Commissioner. I mean, like an active court docket, it can never be at any stage declared as cold. Cold means there's no linkages, there's no court going, nothing is happening, there's no leads. All the investigation has been exhausted.
Maybe let me just try to clarify my question. My question is, does the cold case unit declare dockets to be called and then come and get them from wherever they are kept otherwise?
It will be difficult for me to
You don't know?
to talk on what happens in court case because I have no idea.
All right. Thank you.
Witness B, this request from the cold case unit, did they only ask for the Vereniging Meda docket or did they ask for other dockets that you are in possession of?
It was Vereniging and all its babies.
Sorry, say that again. All its?
I said it's babies. I meant to say sub dockets.
Just for completeness, can you tell us what those are?
Oh, it was Vereniging 275 of 4 2024, Kleprefur 77 of 4 2024, Bramley 149 of 4 2024, and Sunnyside 286 of 1 2024.
Commissioners, I was just trying to cross-reference, and I'll find the reference to General Masamula's evidence. And part of it was that the cold case unit is in his office. Commissioner Baloyi, this is in reference to your question who Brigadier Gininda reports to. But we will communicate the reference.
Thank you, Ms. Boy.
And then at paragraph 92, witness B, you deal with the unexpected events of the 5th of September while you were at your residence. Can you tell the commissioners about that?
On the 5th of September, it was late, around 8. I was already sleeping. Then I was woken up by the rough knocks. When I check, I see police officers, plus or minus 6 or 8. I don't remember because that like frightened me. Like I was really scared because I didn't understand what was going on because there was no prior alerts to say maybe people that will come and everything. And when they got there, they also didn't know who they're looking for. Asking me, telling me they're looking for but they were looking for a male person that they mentioned by surname, and I was like, no, I don't know that person, only to find that they were referring to me. They just didn't know. And given the insight of what was happening, even my colleagues I couldn't trust, because nobody alerted me that they will come. So that thing shaped me. If I was having some sort of heart disease, I think that was gonna be the day I die.
And did these officials explain who had deployed them to your residence?
As to who, I don't remember if they said, but they said they were from public policing, public order policing, and then they were sent to be there at my house until the next morning. Then that was the beginning of the 24-hour protection, because when they leave, there was a relief. Like it went on and on and on like that. There was never a time where there was no police around me.
And was it just public order policing that did the 24-hour security?
No, at the night it will be them, but in the morning it will be TRT. And the TRT will be the one who will go with us for investigations.
And in real terms, what did this look like for you at the time when these two units were providing protection at your residence?
Honestly, it was, for me, it was good, because I could see something now, it has been done. And then it will make you feel a little better now when you go out and do your investigation. But the only thing that was frightening me, it was that encounter at night. And then from there on, we understood that that's our life from then on.
And at this stage, did this have any effect on your family?
A lot. As I'm saying, that was the beginning of us losing our lives. It was not only on us, on family too. Because even the children couldn't understand, why are we now surrounded by people all the time.
Thank you, Witness A. Commissioners, we are about to move to the next topic, which is a little lengthy. So I seek guidance on whether to start and make use of the next 10 minutes, or if...
What's your preference?
I would prefer a slightly earlier adjournment.
Can I just ask one more question? Witness B, you may have covered this earlier, but maybe I did not hear you. Did the cold case unit ever come back to ask for the dockets, or was your communication, I believe it was with Lieutenant Colonel Ruot, was that the end of it? They never came back to ask for the dockets?
That's right, Commissioner. That was the last time.
Let us adjourn and resume at 9:30 tomorrow.